Alright. Let's see if everything's working. Alright, so hello and welcome to today's BossConstructor development stream. Been absent for a few weeks, but now the dev streams are coming back and will remain back as usual. So, just adjust everything. Okay, so what are we going to do today? Today we are going to improve the galaxy map. Just write it down. Yeah. So let me just show you how it looks at the moment. And then I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do to it. Okay, yeah, it's fun to be back streaming. Okay, if you remember correctly, this is how it looks currently. So it has, you know, a bunch of stars if you haven't seen it already, and you can see connection between the stars, and you can see the different factions which are present in the galaxy. And what I would like to do is add a fog of war. I would like to, in addition to adding a fog of war, I would like to hide the factions which are not which have not been discovered yet. And finally, just sort of, in addition to the stuff above, I would like to make the boundaries between the different factions more visible and nicer to look at. Okay, improve borders between factions. Alright. Just as a general guide for what I would like to have, let's have a look at the galaxy map in Star Trek, which is pretty much what I'm aiming for. If I remember correctly. Well, maybe not these ones, but I'm a bit confused because I remember it a bit differently. Well, whatever. So I guess just around this. Well, I guess I can't really take one of these images, but rather I have to do it according to what I remember how it shall look like. Okay, good. So as you can see, Galaxy is sort of made into a grid, 20 by 20 boxes, and the first thing we are going to do is we are going to determine for each box whether it should be visible, whether it should be under the fog of war, and to which faction it should belong. Alright, let's do it. Okay, good. Alright, so the galaxy map is basically defined in this class. Let's make it a bit smaller. Here we have stars defined, nebula defined, HTS, name, construct. Alright, okay, good. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an int array which will hold the information regarding which sectors are visible and if they are visible, which faction they will belong to. Good. And as a start, how do you call it? It's called visibility, or like grid color, I guess. Space color. Okay, which will be null in the beginning, and once it is initted, we will update this, and we will also update it in other cases. Let's just make sure when we need to update it. Nice. I guess okay, I guess we need to do an update here. Okay, let's just make a function update. Okay, good. Okay, so basically what updating does is we clear the cache, which is stored in the graphics card, and we will, if the list is set to null, it will be redone in the next rendering frame. Okay, so in addition to doing the regular updating, we will also have to update the space colors. Good. Okay, update space colors will be but it doesn't really matter where we put it. Let's just put it over here for a start. Okay, update space colors. And what this function does is it will create a new array of space color, which will be of size 20 by 20, because we have 20 by 20 spaces. And for a start, that will be pretty much it. So it won't do anything yet, but we can see if everything compiles and everything is correct so far. Okay, so where do we have to render it, and how do we have to render it? Basically, we're going to draw a little box beneath each sector. Well, I guess we have to experiment a bit with how we and at which point we have to render it. So for start, let's just do it like this. Got a bit rusty, I guess. So, alright. So for a start, we're just going to render like a fill texture. Just have a brief look at what the syntax is. Okay, we can give it a color and X and Y size and rotation. Okay, so the color, well, let's just take yellow for testing. What was it? X and Y. Okay, X would be -100 plus 10 times X. Y would be the same, except for putting Y in it. The size will be 10, and rotation is null. Okay, so let's give it a try. It should look pretty horrible now, but at least we're going to know that it's working. Oops, sorry. Alright, yeah, I think it's pretty much working. As intended, it looks pretty bad. Yeah, but the base functionality is working, which is nice. Good. Good. Okay. Actually, we're going to have to do multiple things. First of all, I'm going to make it transparent, and actually, there are different things which we are going to do. So, first of all, we're going to figure out whether a plot of space belongs to a certain faction and whether it is inhabited at all. Okay, so when we init everything should be set to 0. And what we're going to do now is we're going to cycle through the list of all stars, and yeah, if there is a star, we're going to set the value to something else. Yeah, should work fine for a start. Yeah, sorry, the beginning here will be a bit hard to follow because it's just a lot of stuff going on. Okay, X, Y. Okay, so we're going to set it to -1. Hi Stavrid, good evening. Good to see you. Yeah, I can see chat, I think. Yeah, good to see you. Okay, so I'm going to init everything to -1. And then I'm going to set it to 0 in case there is a star in this sector. Okay, fair enough. So X is S point, how is, okay, S point PX, okay. s.px divided by 10 plus 10. Actually, we're going to have to round upwards, I think, or not? Basically, I want to prevent it to go out of bounds. Well, let's do it like this. Limit x greater than 0 and smaller than 20. Does it work like this? I don't know. It's a sort of syntax I've written myself, so it might be pretty buggy. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, x and y is 0. Okay. And you know, in the next step, we are only going to fill the ones which are not 0. So we're going to skip the ones where space color xy is -1. And the other ones I'm going to color in new color, I guess. Gel color. Let's take like a transparent green or so. Greenish thing. And let's see how it looks. Okay. Let's give it a try. All right. So that part of the syntax is not working. I guess let's do it like this. Actually, in the end of the stream, we're going to have to experiment with differently generated galaxy maps to make sure that we do not run out of bounds at some point for some stupid reason. Okay, this sort of works. So does it? Okay, it almost works. So we only have the sectors colored, which are now, you know, which now have a star in it. However, we are like half a square to the bottom right transformed because well, basically it was rounding, so each star should be in the center. I'm really bad at explaining it, but the square is filled from the origin in the top left, so you can see that there are some sectors here which do not have a star in it, and some stars do not have like this marking in it. Okay, but we can improve that pretty easily just by, well, I guess by adding 0.5 or subtracting 0.5, I guess. Give it a try. Actually, we're going to have to experiment a bit with the look of the galaxy map, because I sort of have a vague feeling for what it should look like. What? But I'm not sure yet if I can do it in the way I intend to. Now I'm a bit confused. What is the scale of this galaxy actually? Or maybe it is, oh, okay, I see. So I guess each of these squares is 5, not 10? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that explains it. So instead of dividing by 10, we're going to divide by 5. Same thing over here. And we're going to do the same down here, where we render everything. So we can make it minus 50 plus 5 times this stuff. Okay, good. What? Okay, the size is still too big. Okay, okay, I see. Size is too big. There's something else going on here. Don't quite understand. Okay, so this should be 5. And it seems we're a bit skewed to the top left for some reason. Okay. Maybe subtract 25, not 50? Let's try. In the meantime, maybe I can draw a rough sketch of how I imagine it to look like. Okay. Okay. So apparently there's still a slight bug regarding the... Okay, so I guess minus 50 was correct here, but the offset in the generation above is incorrect. And also we should limit it to 19, so that we do not get stuff outside of these bounds. Which seems incorrect actually, because we have like 20 by 20. Let's see how it turns out when we correct this. Okay, I see. Or not? Yeah, we always need to add 10 regardless of how we scale the other stuff here, because this is from minus 50 to plus 50, and therefore we do not need to change the offset here. a bit. It's a maybe you can imagine these to be like transparent blocks. That is pretty much how I imagine it to look like. But it shouldn't always be blocks, it might also be triangles. Yeah, let's see if how far we can get. Where is it? Did it crash? It did crash, okay. So apparently we have to put 19 here after all. Yeah, the syntax is a bit misleading because it should really be less equal 19 instead of just less than 19. Yeah, okay. 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 Okay, I guess now the generation is correct, but the offset when drawing it is incorrect. But we're almost there. So I guess, yeah, this was correct in the first place, and then I changed it to be incorrect. Okay, good. Now that this is done, first of all, I'm going to make it a bit thicker, because I basically do not want to have holes in these borders. So for each star I'm going to make a little offset in each direction. So basically I do not want to have holes in the border thingies. Okay. Yeah, okay, so basically these holes I do not really want, so let's get rid of those. Okay, so I'm making progress. So basically we're going to make an X offset and Y offset, which go from -1 and +1 each, and we're going to add them here and here respectively. Okay. Yeah, the current look is pretty much just for me to get the algorithm correct, but it will look like this, which is not very promising, admittedly, but it's really sad that I didn't really find the Star Trek-y map type which I imagined, because otherwise I could show you. Yeah, basically a bit like this. A bit like this. A bit better than that, actually. Okay. All right, good. Okay, so this is basically the area of the galaxy which will be used. Okay. Good. So next we can color each of these plots in the color of the faction which is closest to it. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay. By the way, there are a lot of changes coming to the exploration mode as I transition it to the story mode soon, so you can look forward to see a lot of content, a lot of better presentation and more soon. Good. Okay. So basically, let's make a few comments. So init every sector to -1, then set every sector adjacent to star to 0, and next we are going to cycle through every sector and color it color every sector according to the closest star, I guess. And well, basically I can lay out what we have to do. And also we have to mark every sector which is under the fog of war. So basically fog of war is everything which is not adjacent to a star which you have discovered or which you have visited. Yeah, sounds reasonable. Good. Actually, I imagine it to, be a really fun mechanic, because you will gradually discover and uncover the galaxy as you progress. Okay, good. So now we are going to color every sector. Just double check how our stars work. Okay, so every star has a faction, which we can just assign, I guess. Good. Yeah, that should be pretty simple. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so first of all, we're going to skip the sectors which have -1, which have no star, alongside them, next to them. And for the others, I'm going to find the nearest star. I wonder, is there already such a function? Well, I guess not. NS is nearest. I guess basically I would rather not. Well, I guess we have to program it ourselves. It's not done yet. Okay, so nearest star is null. List is 0, and we're going to cycle through the list of all stars. And let me just steal the code from over here so that we don't add additional problems. Okay. So these are the basically the center positions here. It's not entirely correct. I guess we have to add 2.5 here. Okay, so going to be the center positions of each sector. And now we're going to cycle through the list of all stars. And if the distance, I guess I do have a distance class somewhere, dist2. Oh, I do have a, well, that won't work. Distance to, or distance to this. I should have like a distance function, like a general distance function. Yeah, I have it here. Dist to, then just x and y. Okay, good. Okay, so if either newest star is null, or the distance between s and our count position is smaller than the distance between this and the count newest star, then we set newest star to the star which we have currently cycled through. Okay, and then we can just set the space color to the faction of this star. Newest star faction. Should work actually. Now we just have to choose the color according to the faction. I think we have like a color creating function. Intensity from HSB, hue intensity, okay. Okay, so given that we have, okay, we can use this to get a faction, and then we can use this to get the color for each faction in each, where intensity is like, well, we can just call it alpha actually. Good. Good. Okay, so faction, get faction this, and get color, let's try 25%, and let's bind that color. Alright, will it work? Will it compile? We will see. It won't compile, okay. This 2 in class galaxy map, well, yeah, that's not the one we need anyway. The one we wanted was in general functions, so it's a bit of a naming conflict going on here, but I think there was something else. Faction, get faction cannot find symbol, okay, and faction, okay, it's just get, not get faction, okay. Fair enough. I wonder why it sometimes scrolls 2 windows instead of 1. It's like a stored role or something, I guess. What? What? Well, this didn't work at all. So first of all, I'm not sure if these are all red because they belong to this faction according to the algorithm, or because it's just not set correctly. But we do have a few which are colored differently. But that doesn't really seem to be... Ah, okay, I see. I think I might know what the issue is. Okay, good. But it didn't crash and it colored something, which is nice, I guess. Okay, I don't know what the issue is. Okay, px, py. Just px, py. Okay, I guess we have to do some debugging here because I'm not really sure what's going on. So let's log out the nearest star and let's log out the faction of the nearest star. We can also actually use another galaxy to see if that makes a difference. Oh, interesting. Very strange. Okay. So for some reason, faction is always seems to be 0 in many cases. Ah, okay. Okay, I think I know why. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, yeah, as you can see, there's a huge amount of stars floating around here, but not every star has a mission, and only the stars which have a mission do have a faction. Okay, yeah. So basically, we have to not cycle through all the stars, but only the stars which have missions. And I think there is like mission stars, yeah. Okay. Good. So instead of using all stars here, let's just use mission stars. And let's try again. Okay, actually it should only be a mistake here, because here we actually do want every star to paint the underlying galaxy map. Good. Okay, yeah, actually, I guess, almost, something, maybe. I think this is correct. It's not very pretty yet, but this is sort of correct. So, these sectors belong to the Hamburger faction. The fan faction. It's like the, how is it called in English? The lamp faction, whatever. Yeah, pretty nice. And by the way, in the future I'm going to reduce the number of factions slightly, because this is just a bit too messy and too, yeah, it's not very clear, and it's also not very clear how the how multiple factions can relate to one research branch. So this is going to be a bit streamlined in the future. All right. Good. Next, I want to turn these flat. Actually, first I'm going to do the fog of war before I continue. So basically, the fog of war will hide all the stuff which is not basically not next to a star which is visible, which we can check. Good. So we have star, visited, connected, okay. Okay, so basically let's make a function for this. Public boolean visible is it's visible if it is visited or if it is connected. Good. Good. Get space colors. Okay, and here we can just decide based on this. So if nearest star is visible, then we're going to assign the faction. And if it's not, we're going to set it to magic value -2, I guess. Well, let's just make a constant here. Yeah, I guess. Fog of war is -2. Void space is -1. So that we don't get confused later on. Okay, to mark every sector which is under the fog of war as fog of war. Good, very good. Okay, so if it is void space, we continue, but if it is fog of war, I'm going to choose a special color. Let's just take like a light gray for a start. And if it is not fog of war, we are going to take the standard color. Actually, I might break this function down into different smaller functions because it's going to starting to get a bit. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's make a function render render space colors, which sounds pretty dumb actually, but whatever. But I guess it helps to make it a bit more readable. Actually, from like a programming style perspective, I prefer to have very relatively short functions which have clear names over documenting stuff and you know, putting elaborate parameters everywhere. I mean, for example, it's pretty clear what the function getColor does, and it doesn't make really sense to put like 5 lines of documentation code which says like, yeah, well, it gives the color of the object, and the return value is the color of the object, and if it does not have a color, then it will not return a color, and yeah. But that's just my personal opinion on this. I guess you have to do it a bit more elaborate and a bit differently if you have like a large programming team working on the same project, but yeah. Alright, so basically what has changed is now the sectors which had not have been discovered yet should be grayish, which did not work, okay? Okay, why did it not work? Okay, so... Oh, basically we did it... No, it's correct actually. New star visible. Going to set it to infection. We're going to set it to fog of war. So I guess this is incorrect. I guess connected is not the correct one here. Yeah, okay. I guess connected means something different. I guess? Or does it? Yeah, it does. Yeah. Connected does not mean connected to I can't really speak today. Connected does not mean connected to a sector which we visited, but it means connected to any other sector at all. Okay. Are connected. I mean, basically, this is already done at some point, so we just have to reachable maybe. Reachable should work. Okay. If it is visited, if it is location. Okay, so reachable should work. Good. So let's remove this stuff. And let's use reachable instead. Or let's even put the function here. Let's make it visible. And it's going to return true if star has been visited or if the star is reachable. Yeah, that's pretty nice actually. Good. And here we're just going to have to change it like this. Alright, let's give it a go. So basically my aim for the look of the galaxy map is I want to get away from having the stars and the connection between the stars colored, and I would rather have the space around them colored. But we'll have to see how it looks like. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. We could make it a bit darker, I guess. And maybe it should be a bit more detailed. I'm not sure yet. Maybe it should be more detailed. And also maybe we should make it a bit more pretty. And by, yeah, I should be more precise. By pretty I mean not just using rectangles, but also using like triangles. So for example, this could be like here and here and so on. And I also want to make it a bit three-dimensional, which it is not at the moment. It looks very flat actually. Good, 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 good. Okay. Before we continue, let's actually remove the colors here. Or alternatively, only have the colors in discovered sectors. I'm not sure yet. Also, I'm not quite sure if it's working correctly because Yeah, I think it's not quite working correctly because these sectors... Oh no, I'm sorry, it is. For a moment I thought that these sectors are reachable too, but they are not. These ones are. Okay. Good, okay. So let's begin by removing the colors from the unvisited sectors. Should be a new rendering function. Render stars, mission stars, factions, the faction emblems, which I'm not sure yet if these should be visible. I guess they should be visible if you have discovered at least one star of this faction. Yeah, okay, let's do it like this. So if faction visible F, then we are going to draw everything like this. And also let's put this in another function so that it's a bit more readable. And the faction symbols, which we're going to put here. Okay, there we go. Now we have to specify faction visible, and basically it should be pretty straightforward. We just cycle through the list of all the factions, all the mission stars which we have. Stars in mission stars, and if star S is visible and S faction equals this faction, which is unfortunately, which we have to look up here, okay. If the number of this faction is the same, then we're going to return true, and otherwise we're going to return false. Okay, so the faction symbols should now only be visible if we have discovered at least one star belonging to that faction, which is nice. And in the space colors, here are the links. Okay, let's do the links. Star links. I guess I shouldn't make too many changes at once. So let's just put these in their own function and then give it another try. And star links. Which actually has a lot of stuff which has been commented out, so wormhole. Yeah, I guess we're going to make that a lot easier, a lot simpler. Actually, we can already try how it would look like if we do not use the faction colors, but rather... Man, this is complicated. But rather this gray line. Okay. Okay, good. Good. I'm still not entirely sure how I'm going to make this three-dimensional grid look. Since I do not really have... basically the rest of the game is pretty much top-down 2D, so I do not really have vertical rendering implemented yet, but I mean it should be pretty straightforward to do using OpenGL or whatever. right. So now we can only see the faction symbols of factions we have discovered, which is nice. And there is also no longer color between these stars, which may or may not be nice. I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll put it back. Yeah, but actually we can also decide on that when we got to implement the three-dimensional look. Yeah. Okay, so next on our to-do list, 3D look to vectors. Maybe add triangular sectors. Maybe it should actually not be too hard, to be honest. So yeah, okay. Yeah, let's make it sketch actually to illustrate. To illustrate what I sort of want to do. Basically now, it's stupid. Okay, if we have tilted the galaxy map a bit, then it should be like this, I guess. I'm actually pretty horrible at doing this. And if you just consider one, where is it? Okay. Just consider one of these blocks, then they should be sort of like this, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and each of them filled with a bit of transparency over here, so maybe I can maybe a bit more. Yeah, pretty much like this. This is what I'm sort of aiming for. Maybe in a bit more higher fidelity thing, I guess. So basically it's a standard cube, and we have to render each face of this cube. And I don't really have a function yet for rendering a cube, but it shouldn't be too hard to implement. Okay, so faction symbols, render O. Okay, so we're just going to make a copy of this function, which we are going to call render cube O. Basically, in case you're wondering, this O basically means, or basically I defined it to mean that the origin is in the top left corner, rather than the origin being in the middle. So if I draw something on these coordinates will be in the top left and not in the center. Good. So let's go to our rendering function. Render stuff here, render stuff here. Well, maybe saying it's not very complicated was a bit too optimistic. Render border texture. Okay. Render cube. Cube O. So this is pretty much the base function, I guess. So basically there's like a chain of functions calling each other, or calling other functions, which each add a different functionality. For example, this function takes the color as an additional parameter, so it will bind the color and then do the rendering, and so on. Yeah, it's not like super pretty design, but well, whatever. Okay, so we need this function, I guess. Okay, let's make render cube O, and we're going to make a function render cube. Yeah, which pretty much is like a copy of this one. No, it's not. It's a copy of this one. What? What? What am I even doing here? The cube O. Px cube O. I really should have a better way of declaring this stuff. Okay, so this goes to this function, which goes to this function. Okay, good. So just make a copy of this one and call it render cube. Hi Brandon. MJava is basically like a custom dialog of Java which I've written. So basically, well, basically I like Java because of its performance and its platform independence, but I sort of don't like the syntax, and I think it's sort of cumbersome to do some stuff which is very frequent for game design. So I basically wrote a little precompiler which takes this MJava code and turns it into Java code. So basically I can, define my own little language, which was then translated to Java. And again, the C# pitchfork brigade coming in. Hi Demna. All right. Sx as y. Okay, so I guess we need an sz component. Yeah, I'm very sorry, by the way, this is not going to look pretty. Yeah, this is going to be a bit ugly to do this code. Okay, so basically what we have here is the what is it actually? It's the lower. I guess the sharp part is for the pitchfork. Yeah, I guess. I guess. Okay, so it's the lower phase, which will be pz minus sz half. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is really going to be ugly. So then we're going to make the upper phase. Oh, this is the top phase, the bottom phase. It's going to be plus sz. And yeah, I guess before I continue, let's give it a compile and see how it looks. Actually, I haven't programmed a lot in C#. How is it for platform independence? Like, if you develop a game, for example, will it work on like Linux and Mac right away, or do you have to do a lot of, you know, a lot of adapting and a lot of stuff? Okay. 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 Sort of works. The texture is not exactly what I want, and obviously it's also only doing one face so far. Okay. Let's try a different texture first before I continue. A bit of less intense color. Okay, okay. So we go with mono. Actually, I noticed that it's probably... wait a second, I'll explain in a second. I can trade, frame, is it frame? I guess it's frame. Does your compiler do quick compiling? I guess you mean. By only recompiling files that changed? Well, actually not, but it's reasonably fast. So, I mean, basically it's compiling all the source files whenever I hit make, and it takes like a second or so, so it's not like a huge deal. But it will not really work with like, you know, if you use Eclipse or something. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I just realized that having like 100 squares is not really, like 100 boxes is not really what I want anyway. But rather I would like to have the borders painted. So have like a border around here and just like a fill color on the top and on the bottom. So yeah, maybe this cube function wasn't necessary at all. Yeah, so I want fill part in the top and the bottom. And it should really be a fill and not like a frame. Just see what the syntax is here. Px, py, pz, sx, sy, rotation. Okay. Px, py, pz, sx and sy, and rotation. Okay, since every square is 5 big, I think. Yeah, it's 5 big, and we're going to put one at plus 2.5 and one at minus 2.5. And let's make it a bit less transparent. Int and float, int not found. Okay. Why wasn't it found? Well, I guess I don't have a render O function for x, y, z, so yeah, I guess I should really clean up the rendering code at some point. It's a bit stupid, I guess. So I have to manually move the center to the bottom right, and then it should work. I guess programming language largely comes down to personal preference. I mean, what language you have grown up using and which language you are most familiar with, and stuff like that. I think nowadays you can do pretty much everything with most languages, and unless you're doing like really, you know, on the edge, state of the art graphic effects, and so you're not really restricted in a major way, I think. All right. All right, so basically what I want next is, this looks really buggy, is to have vertical like vertical faces, but only along the borders, so not everywhere. So I guess we have to make an algorithm which detects the borders, and then we have to draw stuff along the borders. Okay, good. So let's do some border stuff. It's actually not entirely clear which color the border should have. Like if you have the red ones here and the blue ones here, should the border be like red? I guess it should, because we are looking from this side only. Yeah, I guess we can figure that out later on. So, okay, let's make a border detection algorithm, I guess. Okay, so render space colors is pretty much done. Should be a little bit more transparent, I guess. And next, basically I should mark them so that I know later on that these are not used anymore. So, because, you know, if you look at it again in a month, then pretty much forgotten what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, so render space colors, render space borders. Well, actually it does matter in which order we do this, so I guess we have to combine these two. And also, I guess we have to... in which order is it doing it? I guess we have to do the Y ones first. And then the X ones, so basically we want to go like this, rather than like this. That is even visible on stream. Or maybe I've forgotten to activate the mouse cursor. Oh, sorry. Oh, it is visible. Okay, it is visible. Good. Okay. Border detection. Let's do the horizontal borders first. Maybe we're going to extend it to like 45-degree borders later on, but let's start like this. Okay. Detect vertical border. Okay, so basically we have a vertical border if we are not at the lower bound, I guess. Or actually, if we are at the lower bound, then it's sort of a border too. So I'm going to do it like this. If that is 19, or if the space color in the next row, whoops, is not the same as the one in this row, then we have, or then we should draw a vertical border. using code which doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to have to write it. First of all, let's test if this algorithm works. And then I'm going to take a very brief break. And when I come back, I'm going to implement this stuff. So, okay, X, Y, all right, X, X1, X2, like this, and Y is this one, I guess. Maybe not, we'll see. Okay. Okay, Netcore is open source, okay. What is Netcore framework? Okay. Cube. Okay. Thank you for the article. I'm going to bookmark it and read it later on. Did it work? Did it not work? I think the borders are correct, but they are one field too high, and you know, obviously they are not finished at all. Okay. Okay, good. 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 I'm going to take a very brief break, and yeah, when I come back, I'm going to continue here. So while I'm away, I can enjoy some AI battles. Alright, I'll be back in like 3-4 minutes, I think. Yeah, I'm just going to make a new tea and so on. Good. All right. So let's continue. Okay, so first of all, these need to be one further down. Should be easy to do. So basically doing y plus 5. And yeah, next let's do the color. I guess the color should be the one which we have chosen here. Let's close the game first. Actually, I don't quite know where this is defined. Is it in general functions? Nope. Links. Fine. Okay, for some reason it doesn't find the function. Okay, here it is. Graphics controller. Okay, it doesn't find the function because there's some sort of parsing error here. But whatever. Okay, so basically we can specify the color, but we don't have to. And if we don't specify the color, it just takes the color which was previously used, which is correct in our case. Okay, good. Okay. Good. Basically, I just realized we do need to make a little change, because if we do it like this, it is all rendered on top of the stars, which is sort of not very pretty. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, unfortunately we don't see the lines because they're like really transparent. So we need to make them a bit less transparent. Yeah, okay. Okay, actually let's correct what I said previously. Okay, so we make render space colors bottom, which we do before we make the stars and all the stuff. It's just this layer, and then we make render space colors top, which does not render the bottom layer, but renders a layer on top. Okay, and now we have to do. We have to choose a color that is more opaque in order to render our border. And for a start, let's take one so that we can clearly see what we are doing. Okay, and then we have to go to our rendering function. And change this basically. So here we are going to do render space colors top, and here we're going to do render space colors bottom. Okay. Stars, nebula. I guess we can make this a bit more clear. So render stars. And render nebula. Alright, nice. Okay, so now we are going to draw the bottom layer. We're doing the stars, the nebula, the links between the stars, and then we're going to do the top layer and the borders. I guess it should largely look correct. Okay. Okay. We are slowly improving. Good. Yeah, I guess in the end these really have to be triangles. It just looks really primitive having everything be a square. Okay, which brings me to, we're going to make these vertical faces now. Okay, good. So apparently we have to do some manual face editing after all. It's actually not the sort of thing which you have to do manually, but okay, let's make a simplified version of this one. Actually, do I have one? I do have one. Okay. Okay, this is just one. Okay. This is basically like a two-dimensional simple, you know, face, which we could actually take and basically I'm just having a look at which function would be easiest to modify into a three-dimensional version. This one might actually work too. So we have vertex x, y. Maybe we can use this one. I'm not sure yet. So let's give it a try. So I'm going to call it render 3D. Texture x, texture y, texture x2, y2, px1, py1. Okay. Basically we're going to add pz1 and z2. And here, instead of vertex 2D, we are going to take vertex 3 and oh, oops. Okay. Okay, we have to do it a bit more complicated, I guess. So basically, if we have like a 2D rectangle, this gets simplified a lot, but basically I'm going to make a very general function which you can use both for vertical faces and triangles and whatever comes up next. So yeah. Okay, py2, pz2. Okay, now I just need to have copies of these guys. Okay, quad should work. It should basically work. Okay. Yeah. X coordinate. Never mind. This may actually be incorrect. Because it doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Let me elaborate a bit on why this is sort of more complicated than it has any right to be. The thing is, I'm using a texture atlas. Let me actually open it so that you can see. Where is it actually? Build, graphics, atlas, like this. Okay, yeah. And basically what I have here is, well, most of the textures which are in the game. And as you can see, it has both diffuse images and normal images in it. Yeah, basically the normal maps are in the same, oops, shouldn't really edit it, are basically in the same file as the diffuse images. And there are even more layers for some graphics. Yeah. And since I want to have all these graphics be in the same atlas for performance reasons, I do have to point the shader at different positions for each texture. Yeah? So basically, I'm going to have to point it at one position for the diffuse texture and one position for the normal map, which is actually done here. So basically, I think that 0 is a diffuse texture, which is assigned to this position, and then we have a different assignment for the vertical position. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but I guess we can just steal this code and put it over here. It shouldn't really be too much of a problem. Yeah. Yeah, and I actually even doubt, oops, that's the wrong function, sorry. I'm not quite sure where this function is used actually. This is one of the few situations where I really wish I had like Eclipse or so, which would analyze this on the go. Good. Okay, okay. Okay, I guess we don't have to have these as parameters, but we can rather do this manually. Okay, here we have x2 and and y1. Here we have x2 and y2. And here we have x1 and y2. How can I do this? Okay, good. Okay, now we have a rather elaborate function, which should, however, pretty much do what we want it to. I hope, at least. Okay. Okay, so now here, rather than drawing this line, we're going to take our frame texture and we're going to use our new render 3D function and going to have to specify the coordinates. Okay, so for simplicity, let's do it like this. x1 is this, and x2 is this, and y is this. Okay, I should clarify, by the way, that y is the direction in the plane. It is not the vertical direction, as you might assume. But that z is. Okay. Okay, so let's begin with the left bottom point, which will be x1, y, and minus 2.5. Then we are going to do the top left point, which is here. Then we are going to do the top right point, which is here. And then we're going to do the top, the right bottom point, which should be here. Let's give it a try. I'm not sure how it will look actually. Maybe we also have to create a special texture for this one. Oh. What is the issue here? Oh, yeah. I should delete this actually. Okay, y is already defined. Okay. And amazingly, it actually sort of works. I think the texture is sort of not really fitting, and we do not have vertical boundaries yet. But all things considered, it's sort of what I had in mind. Okay, so how do we do like triangles? I think this should be the next priority. Yeah, also we really need a less annoying texture here. Okay, so how do we continue? So in order to do triangular stuff, we also need to fill these in a triangular matter. It shouldn't really be a problem actually, but it also needs to be implemented in order to work properly. Okay, let's begin by adding vertical ones, because these should be pretty straightforward. Alright, so if x is 0, or if x is 19, this base color x plus 1 and y is a different color. Then we're going to make a vertical thing here. Okay. Actually I could make this a bit more unified, I guess. Yeah, that should make it a bit more readable. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, I guess I should do it like this. Okay, so this is Z1, Z2, 2, and Z1. Okay, good. Okay, and the only difference which we do here compared to the situation before is that we vary the y coordinate and not the z coordinate. For example, like this. Okay, while we're at it, we can have a look if we have textures which are more fitting already, or if we have to do them too. Okay, this is basically the one which we're using at the moment. Isn't exactly helpful. Not sure yet. I guess we have to do one ourselves. Okay, so unfortunately it crashed during the last startup, so our settings are gone. Just restore these ones. Okay. And nevertheless, let's have a look. All right. Whoops. It sort of looked okay, I think. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think it is correct, but it is one too far on the left side. So we have to put it one to the right. Okay. Like this. And let's give it another go. We can actually experiment a bit with the look and feel. Yeah, let's make a new frame texture for this. That should be pretty straightforward. So let's make it 64 by 64. And it will be filled with... I guess I cannot have like this. Make a transparent layer. Nope. Let's delete this one. Let's make a new mask. Okay. Let's fill it with white. And let's make everything like 25%. opaque, I guess, like this. And we're going to make a border which is like, I guess, 100% or whatever. How do we best do it? Well, I guess you can just make it like this, and like this, and like this, like this. And then we're just going to fill all this stuff with white. Like so. Okay. Maybe we can make it a bit blurry so that it's not as hard as it looks. Maybe like 2, so. Yeah, I guess that could work. So let's save it as, whoops. Save it as sector frame. Alright. So the next time we will compile it, it should be usable. Okay, but first let's have a look if our vertical frames are correct. And it looks like it. Yep. Okay. Okay. For these ones it's not entirely clear what the correct color should be, as you can tell. Okay, so we have to fix the color for these ones. And on the left, okay, for some reason we do not have borders here, which is also a bug. Yeah, it's not entirely clear which color these should be actually. So how is it done currently? Okay, so first of all, let's change the texture. The texture is really getting on my nerves actually. I could try both textures or mix between them, but it's also sort of messy, I guess. Okay. First of all, how did we call it? Sector frame. Okay. So let's use sector frame here and here, and let's add it to our texture atlas like this. Okay, might actually take a second because it needs to recompile the texture atlas. But while it's doing this, we can sort of think about what we have done, our mistakes, and think about how this should work actually. So okay, so we revisit the problem which we just had. So we have a grid like this, and this sector is red, and this sector is green. So which color should this line be? Well, I mean, maybe it should be like a mix between, maybe it should be like yellow in this case. Or we could also make it so that we have like a green line here and a red line here. Maybe that would actually be best, to have multiple lines in this case. Yeah, actually that might also make sense. But first let's check out how our new texture is doing. Alright, better. It's definitely better, I think. Maybe the edge can be even less dominant, but I guess we can go with it for now. I guess we could go with it if it wouldn't still have these issues around the corners, but yeah. Okay, so let's see how it looks if we make two borders, one in each color of the adjacent sectors. Okay. Okay. So still we are going from top to bottom, which is correct. And we're going from left to right. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So basically we're going to make... Okay. Okay, this is the horizontal vertical border. This is going to be the left vertical border, and we're going to make a right vertical border. Yeah, alright, alright. And actually this already was the right vertical border, and this is going to become the left vertical border. Alright, and let's try not doing +5, but 4.5, so that we're going to have like a little bit of a gap between these two. And here we're going to add 0.5 for the left border. And also we're going to check for the left square, not the right one. Okay, that should work. Maybe we should make it a bit less opaque, but we can actually decide on that later on. Actually, we can also make these, the center part here a bit more pronounced. I guess it was a bit too dark, so let's try 35. Okay, like this. And let's try that later on. Okay. All right. It's beginning to look less and less buggy. And here we also now have... Okay, so now we have two adjacent borders, which I guess is more like what we want. I'm actually thinking of making these a bit more, a bit less high. And I think these adjacent ones should be a bit closer together. And finally, it might also make sense to have not just two here, but also two here, like in the vertical direction. All right, let's do this. Let's make a border variable so that we can experiment with it easily. And this is going to be plus border, and this is going to be +5 minus border. And let's also make a height variable, which we're going to set to 1. And this is going to be minus height, and Z2 is going to be plus height. Alright. And also let's make it a bit less opaque. And so again doing 10 things at once. And let's compile our new texture into the texture atlas. Alright. While it's compiling, I'm going to get a tea. Wait a second. Right. All right. Okay, it looks a bit buggy because these planes are not the same height. And what else? I guess it's a bit too flat now. And like the... Oh. And sometimes it doesn't seem to draw the white ones, I think. Oh, okay, it is drawing the white... the right borders one too far to the left. Okay, so 3 things to fix. First, the left vertical border needs to be... No, the right vertical border needs to be 5 to the right, which makes sense. And we need to adjust the height for everything. So it actually turns into a constant. Space color height, which we're going to set to 1.5, I guess. And which we're going to use here again, and also in the width in the bottom one. Okay. Oops, not here. Probably did it incorrectly now. Yeah, I did it completely incorrectly there. Just the vertical component which is affected by this. Okay, there's one error. Okay, let's try again. Slowly but surely we're getting there. I guess we will in the end have to add triangular borders, which I'm not particularly keen on, but sort of seems necessary in order for it to look decent. Ah yeah, and we also needed to add more vertical borders. Okay. All right. First of all, for the general look, I'm not really liking the faction logos floating on top. And I think it looked sort of better when it had the colored links. So let's add the colored links again. You can just comment back in. And let's try to make 2 vertical borders. Okay, let's try it. So detect, what was it actually? It was bottom vertical border. And now we're going to make the top vertical border. Bottom vertical border needs to be oh, it's actually a mistake here. should actually be minus border. Okay. Okay, so that should look better now. And here for the vertical border we're going to make... Wait, we're going to make y minus border. And here we're going to make plus border. Okay. Top vertical border should be in the very top one. And otherwise if the one on the top has a different color. Alright. Doing the coding, moderating the chat. Easy game, easy code, easy life. Alright. So what do I like, what do I not like? Well, first of all, the borders do seem to work, sort of. Actually, let's look at another galaxy. Sort of getting sick of that one anyway. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with all the spam. Actually, getting a lot of spam also, like our private mail account, which is like it's really just stupid spam, which is sort of annoying, I guess. Oops. I guess I don't really like that there are these little gaps between here. I also think it might have to be a bit more transparent. By the way, the stuff which isn't discovered yet should not be colored, which sort of break the point of... Maybe even the links shouldn't be shown, just the stars. Let's actually try that. Okay, so instead of rendering everything, we're going to render it if visible as 0 and visible as 1. Or actually, we can also draw it if we have only one visible, maybe? I'm not sure yet. I guess correct would be and, but might also look interesting if we allow the player to look a bit further ahead. It's actually not entirely clear how the fog of war should work in the game. I mean, we could also make it sort of, how should I put it? We could also make it like a radius around stars which we have visited, rather than just around this card. Oh, actually, I like it. I like it. So, yeah, actually, I sort of like it. I'm not entirely sure about the faction symbols yet. Oh yeah, I think it looks much better when the links do have colors as well. So it blends in much better, I think. Okay, still not happy with non-triangular stuff and not happy with Okay, I guess we do need to add triangles. I don't think there's really a way around it. We can, however, experiment a bit with the distance between these borders. Okay. So, when should we add a triangle? We should add a triangle. So we have like this triangle and this triangle. Or this diagonal, or however you want to call it. And, that's actually a bit more complicated than it seems actually. So basically for each tile we have to detect if it is supposed to be a triangle or not. And basically it is a triangle if these three are in one color and this one is not, or the other way around. Okay, let's begin by just adding one triangle case. This is actually surprisingly messy, I think. Yeah. Thank you, Broccoli. Nice to have you. Okay. So let's make a check. So Boolean. How do we call it? Triangle bottom left to top right. And that is the case if basically if okay, if okay, let's make a painting. Let's make a painting. It's like the worst ever. Okay. Okay, so this is our square, and this is the diagonal in our case. And for this to be a diagonal, these three need to be in one color, and whatever, this one needs to be in a different color. Yeah, this is what we're going to do, and what we have to test. Alright, first of all we have to make sure that we do not run out of bounds, so we need to make sure that this is not the whiter bound already. So, oops. Okay, so x needs to be smaller or equal than 18, and y needs to be smaller or equal than 18. And so these ones have to be the same. So basically xy is the top left one, should be the same as the top right one. Actually don't really need a bracket there. And top left one should also be the same as the bottom left one. And finally, the bottom right one should not be the same. Right. And in that case, we have a bottom left, top right triangle. Very nice. for now, let's just check if this test is correct. So, if we have triangle, bottom left, top right, we don't draw anything. And otherwise, we draw all this stuff. Oh, actually, are there more cases? I wonder. Oh, what if it's like this? Oh god. No, please not. Well, I guess then we would just have a standard square. Okay, yeah. I guess that should work. Okay. Should still work, I hope. I hope. Okay, we forgot a Y. Actually drawing like the border triangle or the border diagonal is actually rather straightforward, but it's drawing the bottom part as a triangle, which will require another function, I think. But whatever. Alright, okay, it doesn't seem to be in the correct place, I think. I mean, I would expect this one to be a diagonal, but instead it is blocking out this square. So I guess we have to move the check to the bottom left so that the effect goes to the bottom right. Yeah, okay. Okay, we have to... What? What did I just say? So it was too far to the top left. So it was basically doing the check for the one in the top, in the bottom right of it. Right. I'm actually sort of confused right now. I think the test needs to be like this, okay. I think there's like a 50% chance of this being correct. Okay, I can close Dropbox. I'm just wondering why my CPU is getting really hot again, but I guess I can... okay, I can also hide the video preview. Did I accidentally quit the game, or did it crash? Strange. Whatever. Okay, so basically this is pretty much done already. So basically now we are going to add triangular sectors. Okay. Basically we have to add another check if it is greater or equal than 1. Yeah, okay. Basically now that we've moved everything to the top left, we need to check against the top left border rather than the bottom right border. Right? Hi, Bakelines. Yeah, it's based on the Slick 2D framework, but I guess based on that it's largely hand-coded, so to speak. So it's not using like Unity or another large framework. Is it correct now, I wonder? So this one is correct. This one is also correct. This is also correct. This one is missing for some reason. It's actually not missing, it's just not drawn, which is indistinguishable from that, I guess. Okay. These lines are drawn as well, which is probably another mistake, but well, let's just try for now. Okay, so instead of drawing nothing, let's begin by drawing this diagonal part. Good. Okay, so it should be this to this. Okay. Let's begin by the bottom one, or probably rather the top one. Maybe not. And let's draw it from here to here. Let's do it without borders first. Okay. Also just realized why it looks sort of messy without... okay. Just realized a couple of things, but let's do it one step at a time. Good. So first of all, is this the correct direction? So x1 is left, x2 is right, and y1 is left, and y1 is top, and y2 is bottom, which is exactly the opposite way. So this should be better. But it can still happen that it looks sort of weird, but we'll have to figure that out as we go. What? Whoa. Well, that's not intended. Okay, apart from the fact that the vertical coordinates are completely off, this actually seems correct. Yeah, it actually seems correct. Good. But how did that happen? Okay, I guess. Okay, I guess it's sort of a name conflict, because there is another variable which is called height, which interferes at this point, which is poor coding style, but All right. Okay. I actually realized a couple of things just now. I think we have to detect these borders in both ways. So we have to detect this one. And I don't know, how can I flip it? And we also have to detect it in this direction. Yeah. So which is why there are still borders even though there shouldn't be. Yeah. Okay, so it's actually a bit more, it's even more cumbersome than I thought. But it sort of works. It sort of works. It sort of works. Okay. It's sort of in the wrong color, I think. Okay, let's make like a to-do list for this particular issue. Okay, so first we're going to have to render the bottom part for triangles, and then we have to do border for triangles. By the way, we also have to do border in both directions for the other plates. And we have to add a check for the side of the triangle. Alright. Yeah, it's actually amazing how much just adding triangles complicates the code, but I think in this particular case it's sort of justifiable because it really does look better. Okay, so first of all, do border in both directions. Yeah, I think it looks partly a bit weird because we have the border in one direction but not for the other tiles, so there's always a small overlap which is sort of not very pretty. So let's do that one first. And yeah, and then we can do that at the same time and see how it looks. Good. Alright. Alright. Vertical border. Plus border, minus border. Okay. Basically we just add plus border here. Minus border here. The same here. And here, I guess. And here. And here. And here. Okay. Should be the first point done. Border for triangles would be, I guess, plus border here, minus border here. Oops. Minus border here and plus border here. Alright. Good. Yeah. It looks a bit odd, so maybe we have to reduce the border size a bit. But I sort of like the border for our diagonal paths. It looks sort of sweet, I think. Yeah. It's not completely correct because the vertical borders will have two different paths as well. is going to be fucking annoying, sorry. But yeah. Actually, we have done this sort of incorrect, I think, because we are drawing this in the color of the top one, but it should, I mean, this one should be yellow actually, because these guys have their own borders, yeah, which is probably also the reason why these bottom right things do not work correctly. All right, good. Okay. Okay, just to clarify, we have somehow stumbled upon the bottom one. The F-bomb on. I mean, it was justified, yeah. Come on. It's totally justified by the geometry of this stuff. Okay, I guess it makes most sense to do the this diagonal first before starting the other diagonal. Okay, I mean, in theory it shouldn't be too hard. I mean, the top one should be the same. No, actually we have done the top one, because, yeah, seen from the perspective of the border we've just drawn, it was the top one. Now we're doing the bottom one. And the bottom one will be achieved by basically just putting the test, no. I guess. Oops. Actually, I'm sort of getting really confused now. So, oops. All right. So what happens if we have more of these guys? I mean, the test should be the same, right? I mean, if there's a triangle here, a diagonal here, the test should be pretty much the same. So we do not need completely different code. We just need to see if the next square is going to have a diagonal. Yeah, right, correct. Right. So basically, if we have top here, yeah, exactly. We have to do this check once, exactly one before. Okay, so basically I'm going to take the -1s out of here. All right, good. And yeah. And we have to draw stuff in this case. Top, draw bottom, okay. It shouldn't really matter in which order we do this. And diagonal top border, diagonal bottom border. Yeah. Yeah. The top border should be, I guess, minus border everywhere, and bottom border should be plus border everywhere. Okay. Okay. I think the colors will still not be correct, but nevertheless we should have made a lot of progression now. So let's give it a try. Oh man, okay, so it crashed, which means that we have y plus 1. Okay, I guess we need to check against 18, not 19. Yeah, that's probably the issue. So we're just going out of bounds. If it is 19 and we do plus 1, we get 20, which is out of bounds of our array. Do not even need to check the error log to know what's wrong. I've seen so many array exceptions in my life. It's horrible. Alright. Okay, as predicted, the color is incorrect. Okay, and we also need to shift it 1 to the bottom. Alright. And for some reason it is still drawing this vertical border. Oops. But slowly but surely we are making progression. So, very nice. Very nice. Okay, so if we have what was it? If we have a bottom border, like here, we need to put it 5 or more to the bottom. So give it another plus 5. It was one issue. And the second issue is that I sort of want to correct the color a bit. Yeah, just basically just this code. Okay. If we have the top border, I guess we can do the color calculation as usual. But if it is a bottom border, probably just getting this mixed up, but yeah, I guess if it is a top border, we have to check the color of the thing to the right, to the bottom top. Let's try it like this. I mean, I'm never really quite sure if it's more efficient to just, you know, try 5 things and, you know, fix the 2 things which are wrong, or just make like elaborate plan and a map and, you know, figure everything out before coding a single line. I don't actually know. What happened now? For some reason, it seems they are no longer drawn, which I presume means that the color which we have chosen is incorrect, I guess. I mean, it does draw something. It's just okay. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I took the color code from the frames, which are really like from the bottom and top planes, which are just really transparent. Yeah, actually, let me fix this. Okay, let's make a new constant for this. Okay, so alpha bottom top is one, and alpha border is 5. So alpha bottom top. The same here. And it's going to be alpha border, and the same on top here. All right. Actually, we probably can simplify it a bit, but yeah, whatever. All right. Actually, it seems to work. And by work, I mean it's exactly the wrong way around. Okay, it's exactly the opposite. But it is the direction in which this is. 32. I think there's two different issues at once. And also it's now missing. Oh god. Okay, so what is the issue here? Let's begin here. Let's begin here. Okay, the one which is drawn on top should actually be drawn on bottom. Okay, good. So let's reverse that. So these are minus and these are now plus. Okay. So one bug at a time. I also don't really like that it is going a bit out of frame for the bottom one, so we might have to adjust that as well. Okay. What? Okay, I think it's correct now. Yeah, okay. Okay, I should actually also slightly change the position and not just make it vertically translated against each other. Yeah. Okay. So let's do that, but other than that, I'm actually pretty satisfied. I might want to make the border smaller in general, but it's sort of not top priority. We also have the issue that this is sort of buggy. I don't really exactly know why, but let's move on. Alright, so this is the bottom one, and Let's make another painting to illustrate what we're doing. So if this is our square, we have this border and this border. Okay, and now we are currently editing the one which is in the bottom, so this one, and it should be, the first point should be pushed to the right and the second one should be pushed to the bottom. Okay, I guess. So the first one, let's make it plus border plus border. Wait, okay, and here it extends fully. Okay, this one should be -1 and this one should be +2 times. Okay, so second one should be plus border plus border. Okay, good, good. And now for the other one, which is here. So the first point should be +2 times border, I guess, in the vertical direction. So minus border here. And in this direction, the x should be -2 times border. Minus border. Okay. And we can also make the border a bit smaller when we get to it next. Where is it? Here. Let's try 0.15. I mean, it shouldn't be in the build which is currently occurring, but next time. Yeah, actually. Let's actually try our big map to see how it looks there. Oh god. Actually, I'm just wondering if it looks good that this is below the... okay. Maybe it doesn't really look good that the thing is below the grid. Maybe we should lower the grid a bit. Oh, actually, that will probably look much less confusing. Because this looks a bit confusing, I think. Okay. Let's make the grid a bit lower. Where is our grid? Yeah, where is it actually? Tier borders, white, space, mission stars, playership. It may be here, I guess. When gitter, which is grid. Okay. Okay, let's make it a bit hackish. So let's just translate a bit in the vertical direction by how big was our thingy now? 1.5. Okay, so we are going to translate 1.5 to the bottom here, and then we're immediately going to translate up again. Which is actually not very efficient, but I mean, given that it's only happened once per frame, it won't really make a difference. Hey Timo, good evening. Okay. See if it makes a difference. I think it does. I think it looks way better now. Huh. It's interesting. I mean, I never really thought about it. But yeah, I mean, having the grid be on the same plane as the average height of the stars makes sort of sense, but as soon as you go in the vertical direction, it definitely is an improvement to have it align with either side. Right. Right. I also think we can make this even closer, but whatever. Whatever. Maybe we also don't need the upper thing here. Maybe if we have these borders, the floor plane is sufficient. Let's actually try that. It might actually look even better, I think. So, from bottom top, let's make it a bit more opaque. And let's just remove this bottom plane. It should be rendered in this line. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I think it actually looks clearer, and yeah, I think it actually looks better than it did before. Let's try our future galaxy, or our discovered galaxy, I should rather say. Yeah. Sort of reasonable. Sort of reasonable. Okay, let's begin fixing the bugs. So first of all, I don't really appreciate this vertical line being there. Actually, I wonder if yeah. Actually, we should simplify this process a bit, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're going to make a Boolean array, and this is just going to be called triangle BLTR, bottom left, top right. Make it the same size as our underlying grid. And then yeah, okay, that should actually be easier for our upcoming purposes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it should definitely be a bit easier now. So instead of Okay, so the reason I'm doing this because some of the lines will depend on whether there is a triangle in the right tile or the left tile and so on, and I guess it gets really complicated if we don't pre-calculate this. Okay, so this should be pretty much our top one. Should be pretty much the same. And the bottom one. Okay, the bottom one is just one below. Okay, yeah. Should actually be easier, so like this. Okay, if except that we have to do this check at this point. Oh, it's +1 actually. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Okay, given that this compiles, it should allow us to, which it does not, it should allow us to be much more precise about which parts are rendered in which circumstance. Yeah. Good. Okay, and also since we don't miss this stuff, we can remove it. And we can also generalize this in another function, if we so desire. And it crashed again. Which confuses me a bit, actually. Greater than 1, +1 -1, -1 +, minus. It's a bit strange. Just for debug purposes, let's see if it is this line that is causing the issue. Yeah, apparently it is. But I don't quite understand why. I mean, if y is smaller equal 18, or okay, I guess it says we end. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. It's not too strange after all. Okay. Alright, so it is doing the same, which is okay. I think the horizontal plates are correct, but the vertical plates are incorrect. So I guess we can focus on doing the vertical plates. Okay. left, right border. Okay. Okay. I guess we may end up having to make distinct checks at different places. So I think in this case, it is the right vertical border which is making a problem. So first of all, let's comment this back in so that it's executed every time, just to see if this causes more issues or not. Okay. Okay, these lines are now back. And okay, wait a second. Okay, so the right one actually needs to check if, I don't even know, if this one is missing. So currently, wait a second, previously this one was missing, right? Okay, it is the right one which is problematic. And the right one needs to check if there is a triangle on the right. Yes. Okay, good. Good. So let's do that. Okay. Okay, so basically we just check if this is not the case. So if there is no triangle on the right, then we render it. Okay, maybe off by 1 square again, but should be getting there. Oops. Okay. Is the top left corner of the galaxy rendering correctly, actually? Didn't really pay attention. Let's see. It sort of does, okay. Yeah, it's correct. It's correct. So, yeah, this guy is no longer rendered. But that guy is. Okay, nice. 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 Okay, so let's do the other direction. Let's do the other direction, okay. Do the other direction, yeah. But you also need to do the ground thing. Actually, let me begin by doing the ground thing. Okay, good. So first of all, the ground thing needs to know if that is an issue. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if we are not just completely off by 1 square, because I find it sort of odd that this one is not colored, even though it sort of should. So maybe we have to do some corrections later on. But actually here it sort of looks correct. I mean, you can just double check by having this galaxy with a lot of factions. Yeah, it sort of looks correct. I mean, the borders are sort of between the different sectors. Yeah, it looks sort of correct. Okay, bottom stuff. Good. Okay, so first of all, we're going to put this stuff in a specific function so that we can reuse it. Maybe this is overdoing it a bit, but I mean, let's just copy it for now. And then for each square we have to figure out if there is a triangle in this square or not. All right. Okay, yeah, actually we can already start working on our triangle thing. For that, it should actually be pretty straightforward. I mean, we need to extend our render function to allow for triangles. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Oops. Okay, so which one were we? Oops, subtext. Which one were we using? Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. This one maybe? X, Y, Z. X, Y, Z. Size X, size Y, rotation. Yes, this is the correct one. Okay, so basically I'm going to make a render triangle function, which is pretty much the same, except that I'm going to use GL triangle strip, I think. Shouldn't really matter too much. And left, right. I'm going to omit this guy, which is bottom right. Yeah, it might actually look a bit strange. Well, we might have to experiment a bit with it. I'm not quite sure yet. But for the case we currently have, it should already be the correct orientation, the correct triangle orientation. Give it a try. Hi JDF, I'm from Bonn, Germany. I'm actually really curious what's going to happen now. Oh, surprisingly enough, it seems to work. I mean, it works in a sense that it is a triangle, but it's in the wrong position, obviously, but still not too shabby, actually. not too shabby. Okay, so basically we can... Yeah, basically I'm going to hack a little bit in that I'm not going to make 4 different triangle functions, but I'm going to use this triangle and just rotate it however I need it. So in this case we need some rotation. Do I have like rotation code here? Okay. Don't really know which the correct axis is in this case, but I guess rotating by 180 should work. Okay. That's actually pretty nice. Oops. No, whatever. Okay, yeah, I should I should rotate it back after doing that. Yeah, minus 180. Okay, not triangle. Not triangle. And I guess I also have to check if the, oh god, the lower one is, okay, if y is smaller equal 18 and this, then we draw the bottom right triangle. Okay. No, wait, what? Okay, so this is a bottom right triangle. This is a top left triangle. Let's give it a try. All right. So what do we have here? Okay. So this top left one should be drawn one tile further down. Okay. So like +5 here. Oops. And the other thing, which is actually I don't see any. Wait, this must be top left triangle, like here. I guess I also need a bottom right triangle, but that part didn't really work, I guess. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. The bottom right triangle didn't work for some reason. I guess. Okay. Okay. Rotating it isn't as. Okay. So the problem here is that it is rotating everything, which rotates the whole coordinate system. And since this is translated, everything will basically be rotated as well. So instead of doing it like this, we might have to manually translate it before. Which is a bit annoying, I guess, but yeah, it is annoying. It is annoying because it's now also probably not at the correct position. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, and after rotating it backwards, we need to also translate it backwards. Nice. Nice. First try. Very nice. Okay. Now the only problem, beside the fact that the other diagonal isn't working yet, is that we have like a missing plate here, which we should be able to fix. All right. I'm going to take a very brief break. Be back in like 3 minutes, and in the meantime, as usual, enjoy some AI battles. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, okay, so let's do the final case, which we have to do. So we had triangles which were like this. And now we have to do triangles which are like this. So where not the bottom right is deviating, but the bottom left. All right. So let's make bottom right, top left. This is pretty much the same, except that it's actually let me fix that. It's sort of stupid that we have this +1, -1 everywhere. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay. Okay, so the deviating one is -1, -1 to the bottom right. And instead it should be -1 here and like this here. Okay, good. Good. So next. So these are our two. I'm actually wondering if these can happen at the same time. This might be a bit more complicated actually, but let's start with our first case. Okay. So now if we have bottom right, top left, we basically should have a mirrored version of the above border. Okay, so it's going from +5 no. Okay, so basically +5 minus border plus border, and here we have just plus border. The rest should remain the same. Okay, and the second case here should be pretty much the same. And again, all we have to do is mirror the x coordinates, I think. Basically just swap these guys out. Let's see if it actually is that simple. Let me see if I can fix this guy. Okay. Good. Okay, didn't work out. There shouldn't be any issue here actually, so it's probably over here. I don't quite understand actually. I don't quite understand. Okay, for debugging, let's comment out this one. -1. I mean, we only swapped out these two, so don't see why it should lead to a problem there. And just changing the coordinates here shouldn't... Ah, okay. Maybe I see what the issue is. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe the problem is that we are now running into a problem getting the correct faction for a space. Maybe. So I've just deactivated this. So maybe. I mean, if it works now, then this is the problem. Yeah, it does work now. And we also have our first vertical borders here, actually. I mean, our first diagonal top left, bottom right borders, I mean. Okay, so we need to fix these, and we need to fix the colors. Okay, so this is pretty much a guess, but I could imagine that these guys here on the outside have caused the crash. Because here it is hard to get a faction for like a space which is not just outside of the range. Okay, so presuming that that is the case, space color +1. Oh, okay. Also, I think it might just be a copy-paste error. Not? Okay. Like this, maybe? Because here we are checking against the upper bound, and here we are not, maybe? We may actually also have to add some additional code for the top left borders of our map, which we haven't really checked yet. But we'll see. Okay. Actually looks sort of decent. Actually looks sort of decent. Okay. So this guy is incorrect, obviously. Yeah, okay. This guy is incorrect as well. Actually, they are all incorrect. They are all one too far on the right. So we need to put the check one square to the right. Okay, good. X one square to the right. Okay. Alright. If we do that, we have to make sure that we are not on the right bound again. Interesting. Interesting. Whoops, misclick. Okay, so it crashed. X +1 +1. strange. X smaller equal 18. That's strange. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, -1 + 1. It's just that just shifted everything to the right, and so it sort of can keep track of what's happening. I'm just writing it in sort of stupid way. Is the issue really here, or is it down below? Well, I guess again I can just try to comment out these guys to make sure. Okay. I don't quite get what's happening here. Let's take the bigger map to figure it out. Okay, so these guys are correct. Seems to be correct as well. This also seems to be correct. This one as well. These also seem to be correct. So it's just the color calculation which is problematic again. And of course we need to remove these excess vertical things, and we need to add proper bottom plates, I guess. Okay, so that seems to be correct. Okay, color calculation, okay. Okay. Space color X. So we moved everything one to the right. Okay. The Insta then. I really don't quite get it. Okay, space color X, Y. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay, I see. It doesn't really make a difference which one we choose here. But we have to check against void space. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you make plus y plus 1 here, but we also have to check if y plus 1 here is valid. Yeah, because otherwise we might run into a problem here where we cannot determine the faction because we are on the wrong square. which may actually still be an issue. We'll have to see if the colors are correct now. Okay, and then we only have like access walls or the gonal bottoms. Good. All right, so in this case the color is not correct. Here it is correct. Okay, let's take our bigger map. Okay, here it. Okay, it is correct for one, but not for the other. Okay. All right. So here, in this case, the upper plate should be gray, but it is blue. Okay. Okay, here it is correct, but it's also the different. Okay, yeah, and here the other one is missing for some reason. Okay, here we have a missing one. And here the color is wrong again. Oh god. Okay, so the top one should have a color for the square which is 1 to the top. Okay. Diagonal top border. Okay, -1, I guess. And I guess then the +1 here is incorrect as well. So let's remove it. Which might actually fix a few of the things which were missing, I guess. Maybe. Well, actually, they still shouldn't be missing. They should just be in a wrong color. Okay, yeah. Good. A bit strange. That is a bit strange. Okay, so first let's see if the top one causes a problem. Maybe yes, maybe no. Let's see if the bottom one causes a problem. It's actually strange. If I go on. Try +1. Oh, okay. Sorry, I see the problem. Okay, it's not these guys which are the problem, but here. If you do this +1, we need to check that we are not out of bounds. It's actually sort of strange that game development comes down to stuff like this. I mean, you have like these really high level ideas and you end up checking if you exceed some boundary in some array. Well, okay. Okay. Okay, so now these are in the correct color, but these guys are not. For some reason. Alright, I guess let's fix the excess thingies next. I think. Or maybe let's do the bottom plates next. Yeah, let's do the bottom plates. So again, let's copy our code over here. And then we need a bunch of these guys. So if triangle bottom right, top left. So we had a bottom right triangle. Now we're going to have a top right triangle and a bottom left triangle. And these are going to be achieved by rotating by 90 degrees. I'm not quite sure if we are rotating in the correct direction, but we will see. And maybe we also need to adjust the translation. Thank you, Nisimiko. Alright, so it doesn't seem to render anything at all. Or maybe I missed it. Okay, it does render something over here. I'm getting confused. Okay, it is rendering these guys, which is okay, but actually, no, actually it's okay. It's just the wrong color, but actually it's okay. So this guy needs to be in a different color, and we also need to not draw the thing below. And this, yeah, okay. Let's do two things at a time, as usual. Okay, so first of all, we have to prevent it from rendering if we have a bottom right, top left triangle. It should be done now. Then let's make a copy of this in order to get our bottom left triangle. Left triangle, which should just be the same. We can just rotate by 270 degrees, which should already be correct. And here we need to determine the correct color. which maybe can be done like this. Okay. Top right, top left triangle, top right triangle. Okay, yeah, I remember. This was actually done not by making a new color, but by just translating everything by one tile, which we can do as well, I guess. Okay, it will probably be in the wrong position again, but yeah, we've already changed 3 things, so let's give it a try. It's actually better than expected. So the bottom left triangles are rendering correctly, and the normal square is no longer rendering. So now we only need to move these guys 1 square below. Okay. And maybe that's pretty much it. We'll see. So this bottom left triangle, no, the top right triangle needs to be 1 further down. Okay, +5, and here +5 as well. That should be that. Yeah, and then we only have to fix the excess walls and other little bugs. Okay. So more diagonal walls are done. Now we need to fix excess walls. All right. Okay, I think the left corner here shows the problem. Actually, we have another problem over here, because these are all gray, which they shouldn't. But let's do the walls first. But actually, I'm also not quite sure what's happening here. I feel like there should be a diagonal wall over here. Sort of strange. I guess maybe it's not so strange because we have made a bit too many if-else statements, so maybe we have a little contradiction in there. Okay, so let's fix this left thing first. Okay, so basically there shouldn't be a left wall if there is a triangle on the left. Okay, so that is the rule which we need to implement. Take left vertical border. If draw white vertical border. Okay. I'm not quite sure if our problem is currently a left or a right vertical border. So before continuing, let's figure out which one is the problematic one. Alright, it is the one which we just commented out. So this is the problematic one. Alright, so we're going to have to make an additional test here. And I sort of have a feeling that it will look pretty much like this one. Instead that we have to do this one now. Okay, and maybe we're going to have to check against the left one. Like this. Let's give it a try. All right. This seems to be correct now. However, we have some excess walls here now. Which we have to take care of as well, I guess. Okay, so this is probably a right wall. Okay. Okay. I'm guessing pretty much that we have to check both walls against both sides. Yeah. I think that would make sense. So let's try it like this. I mean, basically the condition for drawing a wall should... actually, it's not correct. That's not correct. Because we have to check at different locations, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's not correct. So let's do that. Let's do it one wall at a time. So let's deactivate this one for a moment. And okay. This and or this. Okay. So I guess both triangles should be. Should they? Should they be treated the same? Not quite sure. Alright. Alright. I mean, we're pretty much done actually. We all only need to fix the one bug. So I'm going to do this in the rest of the stream. Okay. It is correct here. Correct here. It is not correct here. Bottom left, top right. Because here we need to check the white square. Okay. Bottom left, top right. Okay, so I guess we have to do it like this. Right. Okay. Right. Yes. Yeah, it seems to look correct, I think. Yeah, nice. Let's try the big one. Okay, it seems there's a bit of bugginess going on here for some reason. And unfortunately we have something missing here, but that is probably due to the fact that we have multiple diagonal elements on top of each other, which is annoying. Okay, first, so now these walls are correct. Let's do the other walls. The white vertical borders, okay. Let's see if we can find a pattern. So it seems it is just... Okay. I mean, usually these things turn out to be sort of symmetrical, so I guess we can just do it like this. Yeah. Yeah, and then we sort of have to fix these guys, I think. Okay. But other than that, should be pretty much doable. Crashed. Why did it crash? Right, this one is almost correct, because we have some missing walls over here. I like how every map has like a different error to find. Yeah, but this one seems pretty good now. Just nice. Okay. Well, we are missing some here. Actually, this corner is sort of strange. don't really understand what's going on here. And we have a wall missing here. And we have incorrect colors here. Well, good. Alright. I think I'm pretty much done for today. I'm going to fix these remaining issues tomorrow and you know, upload a patch when I'm done. So yeah, I think we're actually pretty successful today. So I'm up for about 4 hours now, and I'm actually pretty satisfied with how it looks and how it feels. So I really like this new Galaxy map look, and the fog of war is a feature which is definitely a good addition, and which will also play along nicely into the story mode, which will come in the future. Alright, so thank you very much for watching. Thank you for, you know, buying and playing the game if you like it. You can get it on Steam. Yeah, I'll be back next week, as usual on Sundays at 6 PM GMT. And yeah, thank you for watching. Take care and have a nice week. Bye bye.